Hello again. Same day, different stream. Sucked to Rinwell and Law, who are chilling over
Hey,
here.
Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Yeah, 300 years ago.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
You still worried? No, why would you think that?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Neat.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lennigus, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes.
That's a lot of healing.
It sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
It's been a long, winding road getting here. But in the end, I'm glad we all met. We can say words with enough effort.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lennigus? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lennigus. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Already done.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lennigus.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give the grand tour.
Everything
Very
is
well.
shiny and chrome and
First
smooth.
and foremost, Lennigus was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lennigus?
I would wager so. Lennigus is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Yeah, all those little rings are like a bunch of different cities. Well, I guess they're like sort of semi-rings.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lennigus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
Give it a few
We
minutes.
may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Welcoming.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
Probably automated.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Members who have left have returned to your party.
Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side.
Landing on Lenegis.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squalling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zoogles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
Oh cool, there are Zoogles up here too.
There's Zoogles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Let's see how the fast travel function's working out. Pretty good. We still have the ability to travel to literally everywhere. You could just fly right back to Berg Volcano if you want.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
I was literally thinking of that.
Good idea.
Just reset the bus. Probably get the EXP one again. So let's see. Calaglia, Berg Volcano, Interior. Nope. Outer area. Fast travel. Just eat a snack
Finally.
and then head back.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I should give that art a shot sometime tomorrow.
The injured immortal.
Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
Party's unity tested.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
Oh boy.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What?
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so frickin' much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food.
Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
It's a social experiment.
Done. This is
Oh hey,
Shion,
New
could we talk a
dialogues.
moment?
a lot of text boxes.
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey,
What is it?
do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner?
Yeah, dinner.
Oh, dinner. Yes. Yes, of course. Dinner. Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait. Is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah, so much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
Side by
I'm
side.
looking forward to breakfast.
Achievement unlocked. Intertwining hearts. I think that's like the last dialogue with Shion by the fire. Shion got explosive charge.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
Is that really how you earn, like, new mystic arts? Okay. I'm also going to disable this one. Actually, I'm going to hope that the AI prioritizes the stronger mystic art, and then just uses the weaker one if they don't have the ability. See my items. Buy a couple more life bottles. Then fast travel back. Actually, we don't have a fast travel point. Take the ship back. Oh, I have no money. Yeah. Flip to Lenigus. That was quick. Oh. What's happening? Lenigus. Not a great first impression. And also, considering
What
it
in the
started
world?
back up again, reminds me of the
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things
That
to
one
look different.
main like
This-
town in 86.
This is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
You're like sparkly and clean, except this is
When
destroyed.
Lenigus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
These people.
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
Okay.
So who's Faria?
Yeah.
Law?
We're all thinking it.
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
The new party faces.
The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
A city torn asunder.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process.
Power.
It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Meanwhile, let's stop and chat. An afterthought.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration. To avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes.
Reminds me of the
You'd
Citadel
think
from
so.
Mass Effect.
Trust me, as far as we
Oh,
were
it's actually
concerned,
a weapon.
Lenegis was our home, nothing
Something
more.
like that.
No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Lenegis is done for. The residential quarter is falling apart. Sounds like healing arts. With everything all topsy-turvy in the residential quarter, there are lots of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping on people and they're also falling down. Hello.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, he doesn't know much. The Sovereign knows best. His will works in mysterious ways. Ooh, what's this? Strawberries. Can anyone hear me? Someone, please, answer me. What's going on? Can I reach anyone? Water arts. Where's the dang Sovereign when you need him? Can't he see the city's in trouble? Let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. Huh? Where am I? I just went for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know. Everything's falling apart and looks completely different. I can't get a hold of father and mother either. And nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything that's going on. Again, the Zeugles are out running loose. It seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I assure you, I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves proud to be Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. Yeah, sure. You need healing? In all my years, never have I seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe. A lavish parfait filled to the brim with fruit and cream. Though extremely satisfying to eat, eating one risks developing more than a few cavities.
Everything will be okay now.
It's all good if you brush your teeth.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
How are things going, bud?
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Was it helpful? I wonder if they'll put the current crown contest on hold. Never. They need that astral energy. The Zugos suddenly stopped listening to our commands. As soon as we turned our backs, they bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We have to put the crown contest on hold. We can't carry it on while things are like this. That's not for you to decide. The crown contest goes on.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Wasn't,
Without
what's
the
his
lords
name?
or anyone in the middle doing his dirty
Sovereign
work?
already?
Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point,
Volron,
I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
Alright. Lenegis' citizenry.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
The art of conversation.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
That's what he cares about.
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
Poses?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
What is this, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I feel truly blessed to have a lord who shows such care and concern for his people. Oh. That didn't take very long.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
Yeah, villains.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Dark Quest. Renans and their lords. Okay. Yeah, we'll give it priority. Talk to people who support the lords. Alright. We're talking. Let's go. You want to know which lord I support? Why? Are you out canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency, Rawazli Teldis. You probably know him better as Lord Balsef. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldalis doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it would be the first to admit that.
Yes!
But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency. I could never dream of serving any other lord. I got bad news for you, bud.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Let's see. That just gets the same dialogue. Hello. Lord Dolim, you've returned. Ah, and I see you brought aids with you. You remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Not only do I support House Ilcaris, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I have been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. Ahem. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed house Ilcaris, and his name, Lord Dolalim. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land can't begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic his posture, by the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Well, what do you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into hoping to capture your essence. But wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must take this time to, while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete. Well.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Probably for the best. My lord, how can you be so aloof, and yet there's something wonderful about that too? So who do you serve? Well, I never. To think anyone would try to tear me away from House Valkyris.
What?
What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dolalim or that dreadful Lord Almadria, do you? You don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyris for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganabel behind the scenes, so we might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interest front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is the pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabeld also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Best to turn before we get wrapped up in any unsavory business with the servants or of other lords. Alright, let's try that new special route. The dialogues have dragged on for long enough. Even though we're probably going to get smacked right into another cutscene the moment we walk through here. Oh, I was off. No random cutscene.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Canaris. I must ask for you to depart at once. Really don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house, ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadria quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, He also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants. He gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almatria is a woman of talent. No one in all Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Soon, age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lennigus shall be upon us at last. He is fanatic.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
We'll scout over this area until Lord Almadria returns from her duties on the surface. You have fun with that. What's happening? I don't get it. There wasn't a decree or anything to announce this like there always is. You're right. Even if this was an accident, it's strange we still haven't heard anything from the Sovereign yet. My ears that seem are you saying you don't trust what the Sovereign is doing? I'll have you know that I was a part of the delegation that came down with him to Dana during the previous crown contest. He was a brilliant man and just as good with astral arts as well. I'm sure he's well aware of the situation and thus has a plan to resolve it. Until then, we'll simply wait and trust in his judgment. Next.
Ridiculous.
How low stuff. Oh, I was just reading about Volrun. Can I help you?
Okay.
I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagil Hildress myself. Were it not for a sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Urwagil was the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident, like they say. As for how Volrun runs Ganath Haros, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only the Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society, nice, where the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this House Ignisariet of his anyway? I never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending into lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense. Not to mention all of the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lennigus don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renan, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Quest complete. SP for all that dialogue. That's a decent chunk of SP that I can get. But not a lot that I can spend it on, huh? Wow, I can't even get Incineration Wave. Don't I already have Incineration Wave? Guess I don't. Screw it, I'll just buy this Rending Flash. Then we can get this and get this title out of the way. Buy everything cheap. Although some. What does the Sovereign think he's doing? As a member of the upper caste, I order you to find a route out of here to the neighboring district. Please, no, you can't expect an old man such as me to do that. Not when there are Zoogles running loose in that part of town. That's exactly why I need you to do this. Surely you don't intend to defy me now, do you? People are douches. Sorry, authorized personnel only. The damage beyond here is too severe. You'll have to go around. Where's my house? I don't know how to get home. Saved my life. I would have been a goner if you had not arrived when you did, milady. I understand we're in a crown contest, but I had no idea such a capable astral artist was in our midst. Forgive me for not realizing it sooner. Come on, did you? You don't need to bow so deeply. All I did was strike that Zoogle's weak point. I didn't even get down to Dana for the crown contest, so I'm not sure how to feel about all this praise you're heaping on me. See any other people to talk to around here? No, there's these people. The residential quarter is completely ruined. The roads are a total mess and we can't get any power. But the info terminals have gone dead too. We can't get into contact with any of our fellow Renans on the ground in Dana. I wonder if the Sovereign's aware of what's going on. Great. Father, what's going on? I'm scared. I'm not sure, son. Never in all my years here on Lennigus has anything like this ever happened. Not even once. There's always been a decree before anything takes place. Not only was there none this time, but the residential quarter has seen damage and injuries. Could that mean there's something bad happening then? It's possible. For now, all we can do is wait and hope for the best. Yeah, I believe the grape gel was the really good one. That's like 2,800.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lennigus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Oh.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lennigus from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Thank you, Law. We've been ready to move for a bit. How could any of this happen? For years, Lennigus was a bastion of order and stability. Where did it all go so wrong?
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it.
The lady from the
Run
soundtrack.
away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh, hello.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her
Dutch.
take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
No goodies. Alright, we're halfway through the food, and we've yet to see a single enemy. Feels guilty about fleeing while there are kids out there fighting. No need to worry about them. They come from a higher-ranking family than ours. That makes their astrolord stronger than ours. They're simply fulfilling their duty to society as members of the ruling elite. No, but it still doesn't sit right with me. You just need to learn how to swing a sword good. This is crazy. How long is this going to keep on? I don't know. Normally we would have had orders from the top brass forming all the separate classes what they need to do. I doubt that's happening. The whole chain of command in the city seems like it's broken down. Nobody knows what's happening. That doesn't mean someone somewhere isn't watching our every move. For now, we should see if there's anyone higher ranking around here. Maybe they'll have an idea about what we should be doing. Is in bad shape. Who knows how many people have died? What happened to the Zoogles? Don't tell me they broke out. No, luckily you're able to see them off before they got too far. Not that it does much good when they escaped in other districts too. If I had to guess, there are a lot of Zoogles running loose throughout Lenegus. And there are a lot more of them than us too. What are you going to do? All our best soldiers are stationed down in Dana. Have to get in there and clean it all out ourselves. Easily.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and
really
Tarnigan.
Enjoying that fountain.
That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Bye.
Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Let's see. Oh, there's a merchant here, and Nen. The rumors are to be believed. It's not just Zugos who are out of control. Apparently a group of armored soldiers have started to rebel, too. For all we know, maybe seeing the start of some kind of uprising. Don't you think so? That's absurd. Who could possibly plot such a conspiracy and think they could get away with it? True, if you rebel against a sovereign, you're rebelling against the entire Renan civilization. It's hard to say one way or another. Nothing like this ever happened in the history of Lenegus. We just know too little. Hang on a second. Renan man. Okay, so there's two elders. For some reason, I only saw two people at the start. My brain, like, threw itself for a loop. If things don't calm down soon, don't you think we should board a starship so we can evacuate? We can't. We need to have the Sovereign's permission to enter a starship for anything other than the crown contest. Well, where's the Sovereign? Why isn't he here but to lead us in our time of need? Fancy stage. Shame there's nothing up here.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Maya's deceiving or has my shop been blessed with Lord Dorlim and his servants? Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Man, more new weapons. Really? Huh. I can make it, but I can't afford it. But... almost. How did I miss these? We have so many of them. There, now we have enough to make a few weapons. Let's see. Gladius Ring. A sword made with Lenigus's technology. Cutting-edge Renin technology was used while developing it to feel good to hold in anybody's hand. Overall better. Build and made. That's a big frickin' barrel. A famous can that belonged to a man thought to be immortal. Most who try to fire it themselves are bound to be blown back by the recoil. Craft and equip. Man, it's like, what is Dark Mane? I don't remember ever seeing it. Anyway. Caduceus Ring. A rocket made with Lenigus's technology. It's built to be as lightweight as physically possible without sacrificing any of its strength. Craft and equip. Radiant Light Part 3. A story about a young girl and boy who go on a journey in search of light. Their protagonist's saga ends with a dramatic, unbelievable conclusion. I can't make that because we have no gargantua bones. And we're missing materials. Oh, we can make this one. Fancy. Pink Protector. A cashew with a lovely pink coating. The only one that can get through its otherwise impregnable defenses is its lover, the feline Bastion. So we need to hang on to Mystical Luminicore and Spirit Tales, and we could sell other stuff. I'm sure they have new armor too, don't they? Yep, diamond everything. Can't afford it though. Good luck, my lord. We the citizens are all confident that you shall do everything in your power to bring a quick end to this crisis.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Goodness, I never expected to be graced by Lord Doalim and his companions. If there's anything I can do for you all, please, by all means. Rest. Hook. Which is the one where it makes it so you drop more items? More dropped items S. Here we are. Slightly more items. Do we have more dropped items? Some other one? guess we'll make this just to see if there's anything special with it.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
Fancy parfait.
Hoodle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hoodle over food of all things. Normally, you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
Poodle.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep, can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good.
Law just doesn't have a sweet tooth. He just eats meat and nothing else. It's an honor to serve you all, my lord. Truly. And now we're just going to cook and grab this so we get more dropped items.
Done. This is...
I don't care about the CP restoration, we just need items for money. It's been nearly an hour 30 minutes, not a single fight. Ah, yes.
Damn it, Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Host! I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menencia. I command you.
Right to the city must be a race.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. If they want to fight, they got one. Heal my weary temple. I can carve through armor. My shield. Vacuum blade. You're on! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Totally! In an instant! My turn! Strike! The enemy wields arc too.
We'll soon see about that.
Try harder! Now! Take this! Onward!
Raw power.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Not a chance. Rending you apart. Sword rain alpha. Demon crash.
Now, without a trace. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Give me those sweet
Those
dog
soldiers seem
tags.
different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Harros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Grape kills too. I'm ready to get my combat on. Ooh. Toxic. Forceful.
Out of our way!
Take this!
Chain between heaven and earth. Here goes! Not in your dreams!
Oops.
In a
There we
bind,
go.
your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Holy glimmer!
Dragon Swarm!
Holy roller!
Leave the ensnare with me.
You're mine! Not today! Seismic Rupture! Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Illuminate
Now!
the sky!
You're mine!
Holy glimmer!
Hurricane Thrust! Devastation!
Take this!
Lunar Rondo!
Elusive deity! Eating pile
Here I come! Sword Rain Goleem! In an instant! Impact Block! My turn!
Illuminate the
Hurricane Thrust!
Holy land!
Am I on a
There we
roll
go.
or what?
Well,
Dark
look who's in
mains.
a
We
bright
get 'em
and
from
shiny
Force
mood.
moves. Oh, that's a big boy. Force Mantis.
Little help!
Take it! Move it! Get out!
Oh yeah, that's a great start.
Here,
You're mine! I'm not
Rain!
Time to cross the blade!
Magic is
Now
here!
go to the earth!
Free
Blow
land!
away!
On your knees.
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Burning!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take this!
Radiant light!
Save you!
I'm ready!
Try harder! You're
Resonate
mine!
with the earth!
Raining Slash!
Stalagmite!
Blue one! Try harder!
Illuminate the
Raining
dark!
Slash! Take this! Blew away! Demon Fang! Back in blade!
Here's the end is nigh.
Back in blade! Here!
This is some punishment.
Stay away from my friend! Burn! I'm not done! Blew away!
Ready and ready!
Try I'm not done! I'm not done! Blew away!
He has so much HP.
Take this! Take this! I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Hold nothing back!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence.
Sword Rain Alpha! Win!
Elusive deity!
This one's all mine! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! No escape! Ignite!
Thanks so much! Light
Blow away!
Got a little stuck in it.
Armor won't save you!
Raining Slash! Blow away!
In a bind?
Here I come! Try harder! Here I come! No escape!
Elusive deity!
On
your knees.
Need to pull myself
Raining Slash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth. Glacial
Still on the edge of that.
Raining Slash!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Now that was a lot to deal with. For one fight.
That took more energy than I expected.
Enemy's only like level 44, it said.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Engaging!
You take it. I'll grind you into dust. Anything in armor is all down. Don't get carried
Take down their
away.
defenses!
Negative gate.
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Pull back!
It's time.
Release! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up. It's on.
Split it open! Be my guest! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Not a
Here I
chance!
go.
I'm not done!
Bring you down.
Rotating piles can't get out of this.
It's over!
A Lunar corruption!
Raining flash!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Mother! Strike! Where not finish! In an instant! Impact block!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
Not have dog tags?
We have a long way yet to go.
Shortcake recipe. A spongy cake filled with cream and strawberries. Harsh punishment awaits anyone who dares steal the strawberries sitting atop it. Oh, they have those berserker types too.
Out of our way!
In a bind!
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn!
Here I come!
Eat them!
Raging Captain! Hear my
Dragon
sword!
form! Not a chance! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Come forth! Lunar corruption!
My
A chain between heaven and earth!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact block!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Platinum dog tag. That's what comes after gold.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them
Another big
stand
mantis.
guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Bring it, Mantis.
Little help! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Radiant light!
Force of regeneration!
And if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here I go!
Try not a chance! No escape!
Elusive deity!
I'm not done! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Devastation! Rising Smoke! Dragon Form! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Blow away!
No art to being interrupted. Don't suffer in silence. Don't suffer.
Burn in hell!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Raining slash!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Lunar corruption!
Negative
Lunar blast! Ready to go! Air thrust!
Black and flame!
Here, let me help!
Here I come!
First aid!
I'm not done!
I never miss!
In a bind?
Arctic waterfall!
Denied!
Raining
Raining slash! Blow away!
burning
This one's all
glacial
mine!
spear! I hear the orb! Hurry,
Try my turn!
Arctic waterfall! Air thrust!
Bloody holiday! Another incantation ruined.
Burn!
Ready and ready!
Almost done.
Gale force!
There it is.
Carve through
There it is.
Astral energy!
Say no more! We won.
He's as strong as a mini boss for sure. Or
Go no further! You're ready to go!
Take this! No further! Now or never!
These ones can run rings around us!
Regeneration!
Side me, yours! Right free! Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm! Wave Tornado Drive! Murarondo! I'll face you! You're on! I'll burn it all!
Surprised they actually landed enough of the combos to get this.
Fire! Not a chance!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Illuminate the dark by the magic is in!
I'll smash you! Sword Ray Alpha!
What's the chain between heaven and earth? Explosion!
Ready,
Laser spear! Here's evil!
Ah!
Freeze Lancer!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
With
Look
this,
at these rocks.
I can become even stronger.
Awakening Pebbles. Bright Stone, that's a new one. Stone that remains continuously illuminated. Legend tells of an old hero who kept one close at hand as he fought endlessly. That. Max HP increase. Screw it, I'll just give it to Alphen. We actually have a lot of this stuff. Let's distribute some of it. Elemental defense. Okay. Consumables, peach gel. Eat them, Alphen. We have them for a reason. We're maxed out on lemon gels.
A little help!
Take this! Bring him down! Not today! You're mine! Locked and loaded! I won't show you any mercy! I owe you one. Devastation! You're on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! In a bind? Roll down! Try harder! No, you can't taste it! I'm not done! Release your mind! Dragon Ball! They smite with lightning blade! Now you see what I can do! How hard to be in your Sword Rain Alpha!
Here's evil!
Blow away! No Sword Rain Alpha! Try harder! No! I'm not done!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn! Strike! Rending you apart! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! My turn! No escape! Sword Rain Alpha! Fire for form! Engage! Tornado Drive! Strike!
Illuminate the dark!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Holy Glyph! Holy
I'll
Lift!
blind you with Sword Rain Alpha!
Do it!
Remember!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Barely a blip on our radar.
When I hit a fast roll point, I'm definitely going back and making new weapons. And buying armor. All the materials we bought.
I see one, eh? Can't get out of this! Raining blast! Blew away!
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
I'm in your debt.
Blew away!
Sorry to trouble you.
Denied! Blew away!
Need to pull myself.
Beside me, yours to be let free! Struck! Burn it out! I'll take you! Blew away! Next, my God!
Shut him down!
Illuminate the
Here I come! Strike!
Only
Sword Lane Alpha!
Hold that!
No escape! Sword Lane Alpha!
Fire in the hole! I'll blind you with a
Can't get out of this!
I'm ready! Frozen!
Hammer!
No!
Take it!
Another!
Smash you!
My shield!
Annihilation!
Ready flash! Looking good!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! No chance! Strike! Sword Lane Alpha!
This one's mine!
No escape! Sword Lane Alpha!
Anything in armor is all mine! Down on the ground!
Demon Tank!
Dazed and bloody howling!
I need to be stronger.
Box. Money. Armor.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Solo off and let's go. Is he just gonna like walk through the wall? I'll probably just like open up. Yep.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Why is her
Still,
audio
as a
weird?
Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you.
Like she's
Meanwhile, I
speaking
was
her
taken from my
microphone, it sounds like.
homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth.
Can't tell if it's like a filter
When this
or
is
what.
over, I swear I'll
This is
help
a
you get
flashback.
home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Even Hoodle saw
What
it.
the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
Well, asking
We
the
have
real
no way of
questions.
knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Magic's just weird.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
We also didn't get a fast travel point. So I'm not turning back now. And we got a healing station. Okay. If that's the case, I'm going to do the smart thing, because if you look at our levels, they're still not super strong. I'm going to go back, sell the stuff, get the new armor, and weapons if I can make it.
We've reached our destination.
And when we go through there again, we'll be much stronger. Hey, machete carrot. Crap. Bloodpetum Rene. It's better. A gun made from Lenegus technology. The center of gravity rests at the front of the barrel, which helps absorb recoil when fired. Mystical Lumina core is what I need. Yep. None of the other stuff I can really get. So, for armor, I would say this is worse overall than what he currently has. Mailed line with diamonds. Extremely rare, valuable jewels that stay strong even in the face of the most fearsome astral arts around. Purchase, but not equip. Insufficient gold. We're in no shortage of those. I believe we were getting these from the people, so we'll sell all those. I hate being poor. Let's see. We still are unable to make a... I can't remember what exactly it was. You have to go through the arena to get it. So the Brightstone is Stamina Ring. Half AG cost chance, 50%. Well, not super picky right now with this stuff, so I can consider that another time.
Have you guys checked your...
Thanks for waiting.
My eyes! Why'd it fade to white instead of to black?
Courteous, aren't you?
Here I come! Not today! Negative gate! Here I come!
Lightning condemned! Burning
Alpha!
Easy and snarling to me.
I never fit!
Puzzling to me! My turn! I'm not done!
Take raging
Sword Rain Alpha!
by the power
The
of
flame inside me! You're down to be left free!
I'll take
Severing
you.
wind!
Soaring blast! Can't get out of this!
Blow away!
Glacial Spear!
Radiant Blast!
Now, Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Destruction. Beautiful.
I'm practically unstoppable.
I won't forgive you!
Force of rejection!
You're mine!
Prepare to be seized!
By the power of Astral Energy!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here I come!
Here's my call!
Ignite!
Air Flood!
Radiant Slash!
Burning!
Glacial
Spear! Here's evil! Freezer!
Carve through all!
Struck! Let's try harder!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Soaring
Blast!
away!
More where that came
But I dodged.
You're mine!
Photon
Struck!
Healing Whirling Summit! Far enough! Wind of heaven! First card! Water! Is it in the sky?
Sword
It's
Rain
mine!
Alpha! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction.
Where are you going?
Heal!
Heal!
Here I come!
It's
I'm not
over!
done!
Take this!
Searing
Strike!
flame!
Try harder! The flame inside me!
I'll
Yours
leave you
to be
all.
let free!
Everlasting
Burn
darkness.
in hell!
Waterfall!
Ready?
Healing
Negative
Circle!
gate! They smite with blackened blade! My turn! Negative gate! Armor won't save you! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence! Win! Lunarongo! Tempest! Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Searing flame! Reload!
Take this!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a
harder! My turn!
Come on, handle it!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try harder! No!
In the sky is mine!
Hitting cloud! Raining spot!
Vanish without a trace!
Everlasting! Take this! Ready and ready! Negative gate! You're finished!
Lightning orb! Where that came from?
Bloody coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Good chunk of damage.
Blow away! Ignite! In a bind? Raining flash! Blow away! Raining flash!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
They really made us work for that one.
Huh. But some of the enemies just decided to not respawn. Okay.
We seem to have... Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
This one's mine!
No escape!
Oh, shiny monster. Sweet.
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up. I'm not done! Radiant light! Ignite! Regeneration! Regenerate! Radiant flash! To the fray! Shine! Radiant light! Demon regeneration! Demon fang!
Now!
Blow away!
Supernova!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this
Now! Here I come! Win!
Don't give up! A whirling struggle!
Plunge it.
Supernova! All disasters! Blah, blah, blah! Vanish!
Demon
Does this work?
Maelstrom.
I'm all stuck
Tear!
up!
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane! Captivity! My exploits are bearing fruit.
Wonder why only those two got more stuff.
Coming through! Take this!
Arctic waterfall!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Fire in the hole! Where are you going?
You're mine! Bring him down! Thanks! Release! Here I come! It's showtime! Not a chance! Fire in the hole!
Will this help?
The flame inside is yours to be let free! Elusive deity! Sword Rain Alpha! Can you take it?
Healing circle!
Ignite!
Glacial
Sword Rain Alpha! Win! Break this now! Here I come! No further! Raining flash! Blow away! Heal my weary companion! We did it! Not a chance! Fire support! Dragon Swarm! You're mine! Hold that! I'll smash you!
Thunder Meteor Corruption! Raging Waterfall!
Vacuum Blade! Penumbra!
You'll soon see about that! Astral Energy!
That should interrupt the spell.
Dragon form!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
There's a lot less enemies running back through here. Kind of disappointing. There we go. So, there going to be some kind of test or something? Or is somebody just going to show up randomly?
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
At the Darkness Master Core? Why does she have that? Oh, hello.
A summoning?
Huh.
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
It's pretty cool, honestly. Tormented limbs.
What? I've never known Faria to control Zugals like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get commanders.
Here's evil!
Luna Rondo!
War for the top time! Freeze laser!
Everlasting shock!
Burning
Eagle ray!
Lunar corruption!
Terror! Devastation! Got it! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Devastation! Try harder! Now! Here I come! Heal! No further! Devastation! Catapult!
He really scoops for his strikes.
Holy lamp! A chain between heaven and earth!
I owe you one!
In here!
I can do without
Fear! Here's evil!
what I can do!
Freeze laser!
You're mine! Now, all is freely!
Take it down!
Fracture blade!
You get the gist!
Demon Wind! Mirage! Severing wind! Coming through! Ha! Now!
But at the last second,
Scarlet Inferno!
it only did like 8,000 damage.
Ignite!
Demons descend!
Flashing fang! You're mine!
They smite with blackened blade!
Blade splash! Blow away! Execution! I'll smash you! I'm not done!
Take this!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone! Try harder! My turn!
Mine!
On your knees!
Winds of pain!
Revive life! Heal my wearied companion! Cure!
Demon pass! Try harder! You're up! Try harder!
Shifting between the elements.
Here!
Try harder! My turn! Take this! It's in your hands now. Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
You picked the wrong fight!
Feel. Resuscitate more from the stockpile.
I can carve through armor! No rest for the wicked.
All disasters made one. Healing come forth, a healing of purity. Sorry. Moving corruption.
Take this!
I didn't think you had it in you.
Nah, we'll see what happens.
There'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Our arts are being interrupted.
This one's mine.
No dawn shall break this night.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Blow away!
Elusive deity!
Still got the soaring in you.
Raining slash!
Healing circle. It's weakened.
It's go time! This ends now!
Nothing
Soaring
gets
down!
Right, watch out! I don't even know the word defeat. Here goes!
I couldn't make it in time. From beyond, imbue this vanquished beast. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul. Can't get out of this!
I owe you.
Healing circle!
I'm grateful.
Demon Tag!
From the wind.
Demon Tag!
Well, it seems his temper tantrum is over now. So that's good. Ow.
I'll smash you!
Freeze
From
laser!
beyond, imbue this vanquished soul.
I'm ready! Freeze laser! Where are you going?
Benediction.
I'll bring you back. I can't heal you forever!
I'm ready! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
I was gonna say, like, shoot it out of her hands or smack her or something.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Hopefully she won't start summoning creatures again.
He seems like a good
Or
friend.
at least she doesn't have a core.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Proceed deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Faria the Pawn.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Hopefully we'll get a fast travel.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Here we go again. Now I think about it, the environment there looks like the Wedge.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Origin of the Thorns, pretty much.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Seeing visions.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Oh boy. Now, I guess while we're slowly walking. I'm just thinking that the sentient Dark Master Core, or Dark Astral Energy, is just pulling into Schmelga. Trying to get
Soon,
the,
you might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past.
trying to get its own rivalries to happen. And fuse all the Master Cores together and cause oblivion.
I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
So I'm guessing it's something important.
I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
There's no fast travel to this area, is there? Oh, really? Well, I'll just throw another save down. Worst case is I'll get absolutely bodied and I'll have to go back.
Soon, I have to be ready to face any
The only way is forward.
undetermined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Really? Okay. Gotta make sure you are 100% ready to do this. What?
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there.
Hey, this is where he
Curious
was
what we'll
being
find.
held.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
The Forbidden Zone.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind scenes for so long.
Investigation time. An operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations on this. Plant. Wondering exactly what is interactable in here. It's showing this room's equipment. It hasn't been used in a long time. It's showing Lenegis' structures. Lenegis structures. You can see pipes for transporting astral energy sticking out of them. A notice? This area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. Ah. Noted. equipment for storing human bodies. Whether it held living or dead ones, they're all empty now.
I think I can make this work.
I don't speak line.
Can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Oh boy.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
Interesting.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
Cool. I like lore dumps.
I'll do that.
I'm curious if, like, the one thing I'm most curious of
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron
like
as
the
well.
last guy who won the crown contest. Was he
The
experimented
significance
on?
of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Oh boy. Toying with lives.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
Onward
That's
spiral.
right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Let's get to reading. Topic to explore. The Sovereign. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spear channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Danon subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternative methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Danon subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2's adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. Alright, the Maiden. The Maiden acts as the Sovereign support mechanism for the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves as its functions, providing the Sovereign with this supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renis Alma, dark astral energy it lacks. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the Spirit Channeling Plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its maiden registration revoked and returned to its original household. Huh. Alright, let's see. Topic on the Lords. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority, as well as 1 of 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Core's powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Unique Adjustment Index Test Subject Report. The following is a report on the second successful case of Sovereign Test Subject Instrumentation, Volran. Subject 10105, given name Volran, Generation NA, Unique Adjustment Index, Ethnicity NA. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risk it poses surpass even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established protocol controls. Subject will be evaluated on the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. Why? Alright. Sedative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegus, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. Brainwashing report. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test Subject 10105 serves as the realm's current Lord and has achieved this without use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness at population control, monitoring the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. Theirs also will be monitored. So they were looking at his brainwashing of the people in, what was that realm called? Ganatharos. Alright. Lenegus. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma within the central core of Lenegus. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit, along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as the stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenigis serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Dana. Warning: any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Cool. Detachable Harvester. I'm guessing that's the wedge. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lenigis' conduit, from which it separates. Upon landing in Danan waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, effectively harvesting the planet's astral energy and mass. The accumulated astral energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenigis. Because construction and adjustments take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenigis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Addendum 2. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Neat. So we ended up blowing up the first one on accident, only saying we'll just launch in the same area because it's closer to the center. All right. So now we got Master Cores and Spirit Cores. What are the differences between what's a Master Core? Master Cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belong to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these Master Cores, whose Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, and Light, are loaned to Renan Lords at the time of the Crown Contest. Only the Dark Master Core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renis Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence kept top secret. Underneath the Master Core's spherical outer layer is a force field crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each lord completes the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that active Master Cores may resonate with other Master Cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, Master Cores will cease to be deployed and the Crown Contest will be permanently halted. So you're telling me they were here until very recently? Huh. Spirit cores are internals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. Ah, the spirit cores are the ones that go in the hand. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on a host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Very interesting. Go further into the Forbidden Zone. A room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here. There's not even a layer of dust. Free life bottle, sweet. As equipment for monitoring subjects, it probably had a failure disposal mechanism as well. Lazy texturing. You can see the seam. You see lots of numbers. Looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lenigis proper. Yeah, that's the same notice as before. Not again. We're gonna see just... Oh. I was guessing we were gonna see him destroying everything, but no, just... We skipped past all that and now he has the mask on.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
And then he awoke 300 years later.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it.
Oh.
I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system.
Oh. Okay, yep. That's why he doesn't feel pain. Or didn't.
If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Next floor. New space. Classified area. Oh my. That's where the ceremony is held, isn't it? Heavy treat. And this is just a straight up dead end with nothing in it.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
Well, we brought the
After
maiden to the
300
ceremony
years,
place.
this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
Is it time for the woman
This
in
is
red to
where the
show up?
Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
What's happening?
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first.
Oh, great. That already happened.
With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted.
and for a new sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Yeah.
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
So where'd all the armor
So
go?
Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal
The
things
smack's still on the table, though.
that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like.
I like how
Is it
everyone's
really
frozen in the
okay
scene
for me to
except for
believe it
Boodle.
can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and
That's not going to happen.
Boodle defies time.
I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Rotain Shion, latest maiden. Wariji. Revitalize. Advanced healing art that restores all allies HP. Yeah, I'll take it. He gets his resistance buff. Defeat all lights that emerged from the wedge for that title. Let's see. Forge Mystic Crest. Uncover the ultimate ingredient, which you can't even do yet. Acquire 8 artifacts. Subquest cleared Untamable Rage. Yeah, it's an annoying side quest. You have to be like level 54, so maybe not yet. Probably in the future, though. Law still getting the short end of the stick. Sara has Catch the Silver Marlin and Advanced Solo Training Grounds cleared. Because then they all probably have a Solo Training Grounds 1, or Advanced Solo Training Grounds 1, but yeah. There's only so much space on here. There's like enough room for only one more. There's also room for one down here. Oh, there's enough room upwards for a whole nother layer, though. Soldil Arthalis. A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all their latent power as to carry out the spirit channeling ceremony. And Gam Arthalis. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen sovereign, granting them the endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling ceremony. And then the eyes Biarquis. Probably pronounced it wrong. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen maiden, capable of interfering with astral energy. It's worn to contain the sovereign's power. The woman with no walls.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
So, automatically equipped?
Yeah.
Let's see how it compares with this. Yeah, it's a pretty good increase. Oh hey, new screen. No Hoodle though. Yes.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Go to the depths of the Forbidden Zone. A strange manner.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Yeah.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
That's what books are for. Spooky. Oh, we got the suspense strings.
Bullrun! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him?
The
He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
What happened to Shion?
Hey, look!
You're
Over
just
there!
mumbling the same thing to herself.
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alvin, look!
The Red
Look who it
Bullet!
is.
So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elfin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Reflected by sin. They smite with precision! No further!
I'm not...
By the power of
Blow away!
Vanish without a trace!
Try harder! My turn!
Can you take it?
Catapult!
I wonder if they're all running on one health bar.
Ignite! Dig up! Demon Plague! Demon Plague! Heal! Take this!
I'll smash you! Reload! Ammo!
Blow away! Dragon Form!
They smite with dragon blade!
Demon Plague! Penumbra! Blow away! Dragon Form! Catapult! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Resonate with the earth!
On Demon Plague! This one's all mine!
That'll bring you down!
Burn!
Holy Land! A chain between heaven
Can't
and
get
earth!
out of this!
A wailing banshee of lightning! There! Got
Lightning Blast! Blow away! Raining Tempest!
Light astral energy!
Blow away!
More where that came from!
Raining Blast!
Weird, like, thing of attacks, though. Just like, they summon blades, and that's kind of it.
Everlasting shock! Sorry, you do the same for me. That helps.
Raining Blast! Blow away!
On your knees.
It's on!
Another incantation ruined.
Blow away! You're mine! I'm not...
Shot! Radiant!
Blow away! Raining Blast!
Seems like they run off the same health bar.
No odds of being interrupted.
In here! Demon Plague! There! Let the marksman handle this!
Burn!
Thunder Field!
Ready and
Where are you going?
Demon light!
More where that came
Radiant
from!
light!
Regeneration!
Regeneration!
Raining Blast! Blow away! Raining
Not now, please. Not ever.
A wailing banshee of
See what I
lightning!
can do. Eagle ray.
In here! Far enough! Lunar Blast! Lunar Blast! Water, hear my
This
call!
one's all mine! Eat this!
Here's a healing
Blow away!
Supernova! Purge
Raining
Malevolence!
Blast!
Arctic!
Blow away!
In a vine.
Spread!
I'll be saving this here shot!
Radiant light!
Regeneration!
Regenerate!
Vacuum blade! I'll heal you all!
There! Conundrum!
Here, let me help!
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear! Freeze laser!
Demon Fang!
Forgive me.
You pay for that!
Anything in armor is all mine! A whirling struggle!
Demon Fang! It's on!
Winds of heaven! First force! Resuscitation!
Demon Fang!
Into the shadows!
Radiant light! Ignite!
Of regeneration!
Regenerate! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Now you see what I can do!
Demon Fang!
Carve now! Into the shadows! Feel! I never miss!
Here I come!
I'll be saving this one! I'll heal you all!
Radiant Slash! It's in your hands! Blow away! Stay away from my friend!
Annihilation!
Demon Fang!
Heal my weary companion! I can't heal you forever!
Eat this! Take this!
Here! More!
Blow away!
Heal my weary
Radiant
companion.
Slash! There!
A whirling struggle!
You're mine!
Winds of
Strike!
heaven! First force!
Blow away!
Begin!
Radiant Slash! Blow away! Radiant Slash!
Got one more.
Demon Fang!
One more spam session and then
Demon Fang!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang! Blow away!
Hear my
Radiant
call!
Slash! Blow away! I'll smash you! Radiant Slash!
Can't get out of this!
Here I come! Radiant Slash!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A chain between
Now!
heaven and earth! Away!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
no. Not a chance.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
Literally fucking exploding.
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
Definitely something.
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
He's still self-aware. Were his eyes always that color?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Nah, he ain't bluffing.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
He's Danon.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Yeah, there's no way it'd be that easy.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Oh. They basically recreated the situation that Alphen had 300 years ago. Nice.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
Red woman.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Damn, the door's shut. Fast travel isn't disabled, so they want us to walk all the way back. Alright. Let's walk all the way back. Still empty. I'm gonna guess something's gonna happen, like on the way back. Probably more mind control shenanigans. Time. Fast travel still disabled. So we have to fight our way back. I'm fine with that.
Gotta break through! Now you'll escape!
Not on my watch!
Too late to talk over our differences?
You got me buried!
Where are you going?
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Raging cascade!
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Support!
Ready and ready! Air thrust!
Try harder!
Now!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
This one's all mine! Lunar
Not today!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! I'm not done!
They're looming
Sword Rain Alpha!
now!
In an instant!
instant! Impact block!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
I see no reason not to head back here and collect more of those crystals. And we need all the EXP we can get our hands on,
No
too.
further!
In a bind? Leave the agile ones to me.
Carve through them! Win! Captivity!
I'm ready! More without you,
Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lancer!
Back this time!
I'll blind you with the shot!
Gemini Offer!
Ready? I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
In the collateral.
You picked the wrong fight!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And tumbling to me!
Take this!
A wailing Dancy of Lightning!
Air
In
pressure!
here!
Try harder! Not a chance! No further!
I'll be saving this one!
Demon Fang!
Photon Blast! More with that
Raining Blast! Blow away!
Thunder Blade! Illuminate the blah blah blah!
Not a chance!
Ready and ready! Freeze Lancer!
You're mine! Here I come!
Radiant light!
Move it! Regeneration!
I never miss!
I'm not done!
Regenerate! Don't
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain out!
Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Yo. Mantis, bro.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Try
hard! Not a chance!
Searing Flame!
You picked the wrong fight!
Starting wind! Take it! Carve
through armor!
Radiant
Blow
Flare!
away!
A chain between
Radiant
Flare!
Flame!
Radiant
Blow
Flare!
away!
A wailing
Thank you!
Flame!
My turn!
Benediction light.
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Blow away!
Lunar Corruption!
Raining Flash!
Everlasting
Blow away!
Negative gate!
Raining Flash! Blow away!
This isn't ideal.
Raining Flash! It's on! Raining Flash! Blow away! Raining now!
Base blood.
Raining you apart! Bloody no further!
Shattering pieces! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Will this help?
Sword Rain Alpha! Ignite! Heal!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Raining!
Now you see
A
what I can
wailing
do!
Dancy of Lightning!
Blow away!
Sorry, but
Raining Flash!
Same for me.
Blow away!
that helps.
Raining! Try harder!
This one.
Move now!
After being interrupted,
I'm not done!
charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Vacuum Blade! Sword Rain Alpha! Severing Wind! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! No further!
Oh, violent man!
Not today!
Will this help now?
Blow away!
I'll be safe!
Anything in
Healing
armor
circle!
at all.
Just what I
Follow me! In an instant! Impact block!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Hey, that'll bring you down!
Crush!
I can carve through armor!
Wind!
I can handle it! Without a
Lunar
strike!
Rondo!
Thank you!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Rotating pile driver!
Explosion!
I'll thank you! Soaring
Wind
cloud!
astral energy! I break you all! Dance in the wind!
Here I
Hear
come!
my evil!
Soaring
Between
Alpha!
heaven and earth! A wailing Dancy of Lightning!
You're mine! Move it!
Strike!
Bloody howler!
Ignite!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! My turn! Sword Rain Alpha!
Don't get complacent.
Alright, so why exactly did we have to walk all the way back to the square? What could possibly be so bad?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two.
Hey, you're normal.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord, and the only one left is... Ah, very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldamen and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
And here comes the power. Perfectly timed. That'll help ease that unrest.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Yep. How's it going, Chessmaster? Oh, Renan leader. More AG. Really can improve his healing art some more, but easier perfect debating and guarding sounds like it'd be nice for him. The amount of damage dealt from charged arts also applies to arts charged from enemies. Why does she require so much more AG than everybody else?
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
One's own master.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Back from work, you're bleeding, brushed, and still feel like you've been looked down on. That just fine. Doesn't sound just fine to me.
How long have you known?
Known what?
Sounds tough.
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
We may not see our next step, we may stumble, we may fall off the path, but we must always push forward. That is the way of man. A quote from Bayonetta 2. I feel like I've heard that quote before, at least something very similar to that.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
I've yet to play Bayo 2.
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright, let's get to talking to people. See how the situation is. You do know he is 3 years older than her, right? But he was always coddled for his whole life, so he basically has the... Well, I guess he's more mature than a coddled child, but he was coddled for... So he can't do a lot of simple basic stuff. Or at least had to learn how to do it himself. If his lordship assures us there's nothing to worry about, that's good enough for me. Noted. Oh, Lord Dohalim.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Maris the senior has been shot with Lord Dohalim. Yes, it has been. That's right, the man doesn't even know how to undress himself. I'm sure he could figure it out with enough time and effort. Yeah, I can make these. Castus Ren. Gauntlets made with Lenegis' technology. Extensive testing and calculations during the R&D stage have yielded gauntlets that are light, yet tough. Those are some expensive gauntlets. And that's a struggle. Forget putting it back on. Yeah, all those rings and fancy ornaments. And I still haven't bought these yet because I'm poor. Really, I've gotten some valuable materials that I can sell. Good, I have enough for one more piece of the armor. Here, Dohalim. It's all yours. Quit. Does have to come back here after.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Trying to kill other stuff later on. Travel to Rena. What level are we? 45. Maybe we should try the arenas again. That Lord Dohalim, what a splendid fellow he is. I met him once as a kid. He was a completely different person back then. Still shaken up by his speech. What he said was practically a denial of the order that the lords and sovereigns are supposed to stand for. Well, that's all it was. What a relief to know. Also, whatever new quests are around. I've seen a lot in my old age, but even I would have never imagined it'd be a lord who would end up saving the day for Lenegis. It's going to take time before the residential quarters are repaired, but at least for now, the city is calm again. Still, to see him taking charge instead of the sovereign, perhaps he is the winner of the crown contest this time around. Also, the fast travel is still disabled. We're not out of the woods yet. There's been a lot of damage, but now that the power's back, I'm hopeful that things are going to be okay. His Excellent Lord Dohalim urged us all to work together. We should think about what we can do to help the city. Just like that, Lord Dohalim managed to completely dispel people's fears. That's what makes him a lord. Yeah, nobody think twice about trying to pull anything funny now. He's so wonderful. It'd be nice if His Excellency remained so he could continue to lead and guide us. Still healing. glad to see Lord Doilium has restored peace and order to Lenegis. I'd expect nothing less from one of our very own lords. Guess we had nothing to be worried about after all. Father, what did Lord Doilium say when he said solidarity in his speech? To be honest, I'm not at all certain as to what he meant either. But I believe it was his way of telling us to look past our class differences and work together to rebuild the city. Class differences? You mean forgetting about people's castes and family lineages? That's right, son. That's the wisdom of the Lord for you. We would all do well to reflect on it. It's astonishing how quickly His Excellency Lord Doilium was able to restore calm simply by showing solidarity with people during a major crisis. He's a lord who comes from House Ilcaris, yes? I must admit, some of the things he said were pretty radical. Maybe, but he also looked dignified and full of confidence. He's what every Renin should aspire to be, if you ask me. Didn't you hear what Lord Doilium said? Stop fighting this instant. Forgive me. It wasn't my intention to go against His Excellency's wishes. Sir, are you alright? You're not hurting anywhere, are you? Should you be talking to me? I come from the lower castes, you know. Nonsense. His Excellency said so brilliantly. This city's in a crisis. We must all put aside our differences and help one another. How's it going? I feel a lot better after hearing Lord Doilium talk to everyone. I'm so glad to see things are slowly turning back to normal. Me too. It's a good thing that Lord Doilium took charge when he did. Something concerns me. How could the Sovereign be indisposed, as you put it? And what was he doing here in Lenegis instead of on Dana? Most likely he came here at behest of the Sovereign to help put an end to the situation. That must be it. Otherwise, he'd have to have some other sort of explanation for why he left his post. Yeah. Another explanation. Right. How you doing? Seems like the Zugals are under control again, thankfully. I have no idea what caused them to go berserk, but everything should be resolved soon. Who would have thought that an acting Renin Lord would step in to fix a problem? But is it really safe for him to be away from his realm? It's unusual to be sure, but Lord Doilium explained the situation well. I, for one, am grateful he was there to help us. Lord Doilium is amazing. Everyone was so scared, but he calmed everyone down in a flash. I've never seen a lord until today. He looked so noble. He sure did. There's a reason why everyone admires our lords and wants to grow up to be just like them. There's two people in that little corner. It seems less and less injured are coming in. I can focus on treating those that need it now. Just like His Excellency Lord Doilium promised, the reactor's fixed. The city is safe for now. You're not important. I was surprised to hear the city's core reactor was behind all that trouble, but the situation seems to be under control now. Take off departure there. So what's going to happen here that is disabling fast travel?
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegus.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
Good question.
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Wow, you get around. The hell are they doing? Alright, game over. Time to try again. New game. Stuck into a black hole, spaghettified. Ow, my eyes.
Damn! The hell just happened? Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Huh. So it's not a planet, it's like a satellite dish. Well, so much for stopping the wedge. That didn't work. Why is it a flower?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But
See, I'm not
that
the only
flower looks
one.
like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegus is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegus are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this.
We need
We've
a
made
Deus
it all
Ex
this
Machina.
way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Look, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Huh. Yeah, tractor beam. 100% a classic, for sure. Seriously, what the actual heck?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
I am
It looks like
incredibly
Lenegis in
confused.
here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
You're gonna get a whole lot of that confusion on this part. Like, I have no idea what the hell this extra party that just showed up even is. Hopefully there'll be some kind of explanation. Out of reach.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Lightening the mood.
Boo!
Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Alright, let's explore. What is this place?
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Alright, keeping calm.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was Renan's side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Let's see, so we just have the elevator going up, huh? Floor is inaccessible. Noted. Let me guess. Thought so. We're only allowed to go where they want us to go. Why have we been summoned? More weird organic stuff.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Well, one of the weird creature things.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Are you really doing this bit?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
Great Spirit.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the red women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan.
It's a literal Deus
As I
Ex
have done
Machina.
so, I have also set out to
floated there by
monitor and
chance.
research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. a change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
We are going to kill God.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
And if we don't?
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay. Find the others in quotation marks. What's this? It seems to match Hevrecht's 35's condition. Lots of vital signs stats are displayed.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
In my personal opinion, I heard "Go kill God," and I'm immediately sold. I am totally in on that stuff. Got a path north and south. Are you the others? It measures astral energy fluctuations and Dana and Rena. Noted. Should be able to jump through the holograms. Huh.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
Okay.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
You don't like where this is going? You mean you don't like how we're about to get a big, fat exposition dump right on our faces?
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Huh.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, They'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Alright. The Overseer and I have a lot of lively debates on a whole lot of topics. Politics, philosophy, science. I always enjoyed them. Our perspectives as members of different species are so unique that it makes for intellectually stimulating conversation. I have to imagine the Overseer enjoys them as well. They make for an excellent way to stave off the monotony and Dake Phasal. So what's this? It appears to maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches Dake Phasal.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
Talk to the guy in the back.
If you
next.
mean the first plan from 300
I was
years
just gonna
ago,
talk
then yes.
to whoever.
Do you know what its main objective was?
There's three people you gotta talk to.
It was to
We'll
use
get to him
Lenegis
eventually.
to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
So they're
I take
harvesting
it the
it in a
solutions
way
to those problems were to
specifically
use
to
the
not
wedge for
make
the
it become
collection,
sentient?
and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day.
Go and help him.
For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps.
And that's why we have that one big room.
A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
I can't wait to see two worlds get obliterated.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
So far, things on Dana have proceeded according to plan. I feel honored to witness the final stages of an event generations in the making. I'm keen to see how it'll all turn out. Next.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
So they're Lenigans.
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight.
Okay.
Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when
like
viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom
Everything
of it all,
is a lie.
some new
Yeah.
revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously,
You're a
I'm
Danon,
still
you're a
trying to
Danon,
process
you're a
the
Danon.
fact that we
Everyone's a
Renans
Danon.
were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit.
No, I need more lore.
Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
We don't need breaks, we need answers.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Can you imagine if this info went public? Which is why it's not. Until we save the world, that is. Then it'll go public, and there'll probably be a shit ton of deniers. And unless we bring these people back, they probably wouldn't believe anybody.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
We got sucking up energy that people will kill each other long before the planet shrivels up. The craftsmanship that the Helganquil display always astounds me, whether it's the Zeugles, us Renans, or anything else for that matter. I have to imagine it'll take our kind many generations before we'll arrive at their level of sophistication and expertise. I honestly feel like most of Dana would probably be okay. However, all the Renans on Lenegis would have a major fucking meltdown, I'm sure. The spirit channeling plan will finally conclude as the Overseer reaches the end of its lifespan. After going into hibernation countless times to date, it's been a long time coming, to say the least. What are we going to do once the project is over and there's nothing left for us to research? We'll always keep observing as long as there are things out there worth watching. Once our time is up, whenever that is, we shall return to nothing. It's a fitting fate for this station and its inhabitants after being cast into the cosmos. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So... to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right.
Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, we got our characters' opinions on what's going down on the surface once everything is exposed. Now to think about how we can all embrace each other's pain, as you put it. Fallen and I can't get up. You found me collapsed again and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go about my research. 5 happy bottles. Did the Renans on Lennigus lose control of their Zeugles? I suppose it's plausible, with all the astral energy flowing through the place. In which case, the arts that were keeping them in line must have been disrupted. I thought it was otherwise the work of the Great Spirit. I agree. It's hard to believe such a massive consciousness would deliberately conceive and then carry out such a localized phenomena. They all speak with big words. I hate it. It's harder to read.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dan is still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Hope there comes a day when mages are just like anybody else in Dana. A couple more people in here. The Overseer will, in all likelihood, remain with us for the time being, as its vital signs continue to show as stable. Despite their appearance, their biology is surprisingly close to us. Isn't that just utterly fascinating? The Overseer must be so pleased to be able to witness the transformation of Dana before it passes on. It seems that when Lennigus was activated, no consideration was made for the safety of those in the residential quarter. Not that it matters. Once the plan is complete, Lennigus will serve no purpose. It's only logical there would be more pressing concerns instead. Barring the unforeseen developments that took place on Lennigus, everything has gone quite smoothly. Even if we were to notice such aberrations for ourselves, we would likely ignore them, as it's not our policy as observers to interfere. wonder, are Danans still not given surnames of their own? As crude of a tactic as it is, it's nonetheless an effective subjugation tool. But I suppose we aren't all that different. Though grandiose sounding, ours are simply a means to identify an individual's formative background. Sure, Law's fine. He probably doesn't understand a lot of it.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Simple, effective. I'll leave the big boy tricky stuff to you, and I'll do what I can on my end to help. And now we have to deal with, him being all pissy that he's not as special as he thought he was.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans, Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Friendship.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Now what?
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena.
But why?
And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Members of the party return to the party.
Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Lenegis today.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Explosions. The upper level lock? Oh, it's an observation deck. Man, we're pretty far away, huh? It was the middle level, wasn't it? Alright. I'm not feeling like doing some more cutscenes at the moment. There has been so much exposition, I'm kind of cutscened out. So we could continue it, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But I guess until next time then. Good night.